Well, it's one of the worst Shuckle sets I think I've had to deal with, and I'm hoping it just goes to sleep on Toxic. Because it's nothing but a nuisance. It's got Rest, Leech Seed, Ingrain, and Toxic. And obviously the Elite Four is custom, because it's not normally a grass type. I think this is what I have to do. I don't think there's any other way if it's going to keep setting up and using sleep. I'm going to have to hope for, I think, a special drop. This is one annoying little Shuckle. Oh, that's perfect, actually. Special drop is just what I needed. Now we can break through this thing. How are you doing today, Cherry? What happened? Hopefully nothing too serious. Oh, well, it'll get better. Some days sometimes you just have a bad day, you know? Yeah, no fun. I don't sleep much or have nightmares or anything like that, so I can't really relate, but I know it sucks. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Sometimes they just feel real. I will say, these games really do have a knack for making some of the worst sets to deal with I think I've ever seen. There's poison and then badly poisoned. Poisoned is just from move like power point, like poison sting, or if you have toxic spikes, it'd be the first layer. Badly poisoned is from toxic, and it'll increment a counter, so it'll do more damage over time. Burn is not the same way, it's the constant damage. Because there are always moves that could poison you early on, like Poison Sting, Sludge Bomb, stuff like that. But Toxic always compounded, so it does a little bit less the first turn than Poison. And I believe turn 2 it does the same, and then turn 3 on it does more. To the point where I think it's like 1/8, 2/8, 3/8, and so on. And it just compounds until you're done for. There's no way to out-heal it, pretty much. That's also why in the past, for Gutsmons, you would run Flame Orb over Toxic Orb when Flame Orb did more damage. I believe originally Flame Orb did less damage, and then they changed it or something. I'm not sure exactly how it was, but it used to be that you ran one over the other, right? It was something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers because they've changed so much over the years. But I know at one point you used to run Flame Orb, and then they changed it to run Toxic Orb instead. So... that's all I really know, is that at one point everybody swapped over from Flame Orb to Toxic Orb because the residual damage each turn, the first turn of Toxic Orb would do less damage than like 2 turns of fire, so it would be the same. So if you only wanted to do one move, you'd be better off running Toxic Orb. 1 or 2 moves, but any more than that you pretty much had to swap out, right? It was something like that. I think Poison did a little less or something. But for a prolonged period of time, you'd rather just have Flame Orb because it's constant and it's not compounding. I hope that makes sense. Basically, it's like this. If you're running Flame Orb, it's because you want to run a mon that can stay in for long periods of time if it has healing moves like Drain Punch or something. And if you wanted a mon that can just come in for 1 turn at a time, Toxic Orb would be better. I didn't mean to do that. That's a shame. But while I'm here, probably should set up spikes. Yeah. So basically there is 2 types of poison. That's why toxic spikes have 2 layers, because 1 is regular poison, 2 is toxic. And 9 times out of 10, you would rather have 1, what's it called? You'd rather have 1 layer of toxic spikes up just so that you can actually poison people, because it'll do more damage overall than toxic if you're constantly swapping. Well, frozen strats, you can't do anything, so there was never a reason to be frozen. Paralysis, you don't really want to be slower, because then you just aren't doing anything. And then you have a chance to lose a move, and you never really want that. Sleep has Sleep Talk, but Sleep does not affect Guts, and Frozen does not affect Guts. Burn, Paralysis, and Poison affect Guts. Nothing else does. Yeah. It says affects status, but what it really means is it only works with 3 of them. Frozen, they do count as major statuses, but I think Guts would probably be broken with Frozen, if I'm being honest with you. I really do think it would be broken. Frozen, you can't attack. Frozen, you can't attack, so you'd thaw out, and then you would no longer have the bonus anyways. You can't do anything when you're frozen. You may as well just be passing every turn if you're frozen. No, I said sleep would be frozen, not sleep could potentially be broken, because you could always put yourself to sleep and then sleep talk, and you would always have some kind of bonus and you wouldn't be taking damage because of the status. I think I did, yeah. I meant to say, if I said frozen, I misspoke. Sleep, I think, would be broken. Just because if you could sleep talk with facade bonus, that'd be a lot. It would almost be unreasonable how good it would be. Basically, frozen makes sense. Sleep also makes sense because sleep has always been super powerful. It would make it less powerful technically, I guess. Facade is, it boosts your, it'll double the damage if you're statused. So it's a normal move that will double your damage if you're statused. And then Guts is the same thing, but Facade is just a normal move, right? But Guts also stacks with Facade, which is why those mons are usually really strong when they use it. You can, but it doesn't get a bonus damage from it. Facade and Guts do not work with sleep. No, I mean only sleep talk works with sleep, obviously. But Facade doesn't get the bonus damage, and neither does Guts with the status. You know, I have half a mind to save here because they have us so underleveled. We're 10 levels under the Elite Four. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I meant to say, and I think I said frozen instead of sleep. I do have half a mind to save here, because this is quite ridiculous for a hard mode being 10 levels under. I have rare candies, because I was worried that this might happen. I don't know, I'll save before this fight, and if I need to level up, I will level up, and I won't hesitate to do it, because I don't know why they would want to have you so under-leveled for the Elite Four. It's almost like they don't want you to use anything but the best mons to win. How strange. This is pretty ridiculous to be this underleveled. I'm just gonna say it. Wow. If I did not trace multiscale, I would have lost right there. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm already losing Clefable because they want you 7 levels under for this fight. Why? I have no idea. It almost makes me feel like they wanted you to sit at the game corner and grab all these mons. I am surprised Garchomp lived that hit. Garchomp is just so good. Now he has his own. I'm curious if he outspeeds. If he does, he's gotta get toxic to death. Actually, just thinking about it, I probably should just run now Gardevoir and just survive one hit. I mean, it's just crazy to me that they expect you to beat this 10 levels under. It's just... I understand it's hard mode, but 10 levels is pretty significant. You know? It's not like it's a little bit. 10 levels is a big stat difference. Wow. It's running Toxic Protect Salamence. Now I've seen it all. That means I actually just can't run you as my dedicated mon for this one, Cherry. Oh, Dragapult's gonna definitely outspeed. Yeah, there's just no way. 11 levels under. Well, you know how this one ends, Cherry. Goodbye, Dragapult. You will not be missed. Congrats, Cherry. You carried the fight as the last mon. Because Tyranitar could do nothing. Go ahead, burn me. It won't save you, Dragapult. Godslayer Cherry over here. I knew as soon as I saw this mon stats, I knew I had to name it after you. There was just no way I could think of anyone more significant to name than you after this mon. I almost want to keep the burn so I don't get toxicked. And I just might do it. I would always rather be burned in this situation than toxic for the final fight. No, not egg. Soft boiled toxic spikes. Now the question is, well, first off, you have to save before entering this room. You are egg. However, you are the ideal mon for the job. At least if we win this, we can say we beat hard mode. Actually, I know what I should give you as an item. I forgot I have berries, which are usually insignificant. But in this case, with the amount of damage we're taking, it's actually probably a good thing to use them. I think I will save with you burned, just to not get slept and to get toxic and other things. Because being burned is so much better than being toxic. Especially if you're not a physical attacker. And if I end up needing that health, we can always just go for it one more time. I usually don't save in between matches, but with how ridiculous the level cap is, it's been nothing but required to save in between these fights. I also didn't put the items on like I had just said I was going to. Well, you know what? I'll live with my mistakes. I'm not resetting. Let's get some information. 71, huh? '71 is a big level difference, and this isn't even the ace. This is the first month. See, that wouldn't have done. I wasn't expecting a crit. That wouldn't have done that much. That's not how Future Sight's supposed to work. Good job, game. It's not how Future Sight works. They didn't update it. It's not supposed to hit dark types. It's a psychic type move, and then pretty much in the older games it ended up being a typeless move based on your special attack. But in their efforts to modernize the game, did not modernize the moves. If you're a psychic type, you're not supposed to be able to get hit by that. You know, on account of the fact that you're a dark type, you shouldn't be getting hit by psychic moves. Oh, well, that is not ideal. That was the whole reason why I even swapped into T-Tar to begin with, was because you're not supposed to, you know, tank a psychic move on a dark type. Otherwise I would have just tanked Clefable and just gone right after Clefable and just done the 1-for-1. Now don't get me wrong, I understand it's hard to make a game, but you should be at least checking to make sure your things are working correctly. Psychic type should not hit dark type. I think that's a pretty simple thing to be able to fix, personally. But who am I to judge? Yep. Oh, I really hope Lapras has water absorb. It does not. Wow. We got there. How you doing, King? Cool, good to hear. Yeah, we ended up finishing the league and stuff today, and went on to the next thing, you know? You know, it's really a shame, right? How good this game looks in compared to some of the newer games that have come out. Really quite a shame, isn't it? I think the GameCube and the Wii era games look so much better than the other games that have come out recently. Honestly, even Pokemon Stadium looks better than some of the newer games. That's a shame. Just thinking about how old these games are makes me very sad for what has come out in the recent times. These are the two mons you start with, yeah. Yeah, you start out at level 27 or 25 and 26, which isn't really common, you know? It's kind of cool. Something that they're probably never going to do again, to be fair. Start out with not level 5 starters. Hey, welcome back, Cherry. Yeah, I ended up clutching out that final Elite Four member, even though we were 11 levels under because of the hard mode level cap. This is Pokemon Colosseum. Can you believe? I don't even want to say how old this game is because it's just crazy to me how old it is. Yes, this is... I don't really have a problem with it taking forever because it's actually... It's not super long, but this game has never gotten much attention just because you're right, you can't turn off the animations, you can't do this, but also it's a double battle game. It's never going to happen again. We might as well show it some love and the respect it deserves, you know? It's very unique, you know? Nope, there aren't even wild encounters in this game. There are not. That's why you take every battle you can get, because you kinda need the XP. But then again, you start out at level 25, so it's not as bad. And a lot of the mons that you end up catching make up for that level difference, and, you know, the fact that the power level tends to be a lot higher overall because you're catching Pokemon usually at around your level, right? That's the whole gimmick of the game. I won't actually spoil it just yet, because you will see. That's actually the entire plot of the game, is how you catch the new mons. If you've never seen it, this game is really quite unique. And it looks really nice. It doesn't feel dated or anything, you know? Yeah, you can't turn off the battle animations, but if the game's good, you know. I don't think the newer games look this nice, to be honest with you. I'll even feature a couple of the unintended glitches they have in this game too, to make catching mons easier. Cherry, do you know how old this game is? Do you or King know how old this game is? Out of curiosity. King, do you know how old this game is? You can look it up if you want, but this game, believe it or not, is 20 years old. This game is 20 years old. So that's probably why it feels. This is Pokemon Colosseum, yeah. Oh no, I mean glitches as in like unintended actions you can do. But yeah, it's 20 years old, so that's why it feels a bit dated. Because it kinda is. It is a bit older. Oh yeah, no, this game has a full story and everything to it. This is a mainline game. Yeah, I had mentioned, maybe you had already headed out for the day, Cherry, but I said that we were going to play through this after I finished up Blazing Emerald. Because you don't really see this game often, if at all, just because it does tend to take a while. But we've got the time, you know? But you gotta admit, for 20 years old, this looks better than Sword and Shield. Even the newer one, Scarlet and Violet. It's not like the hardware was better 20 years ago. But yeah, it is quite fun, you know? It really is. It's a nice little game. And just the fact that it's a complete double battle game, I think it gives it more than enough credit just to be played at least once. I don't know if XD, Gale of Darkness, was double battles or not, because I never had that. But this one, yeah. It's a shame they never did more of the whole double battles. They usually have some little areas where you get to do a few of them. Maybe one or two gyms, but you never quite get to experience a full double battle game where you actually gotta kind of think a little more, you know? It's not a free game by any means. And it's Gen 3 mechanics too. So you've got unlimited weather if you have a mod with, say, rain or sandstorm or sun, it stays up. So you really actually have to play around it. And just the fact you don't start at level 5 is a nice change, you know? You start out with 2 starters, you know? This one might actually be a couple days long just because you've got the animations and everything else. Anyways, we are going to chug along with the plot now that we've actually gone and done some of the optional things, but it's almost kind of mandatory because you kind of need the XP with no wild battles. You'll probably end up recognizing a lot of the music too. This game was made by people that have never played Pokemon before, that's why. So they don't really know. It doesn't really feel like a regular Pokemon game. That's why everything feels a bit off. This game wasn't made by the Pokemon team or by Game Freak. It was made by an RPG game maker. So they probably didn't know. You should see the interview that they have for this game. It's actually really interesting. Yes, you have your character that gets stuck that follows you along the whole time. But yeah, it's an interesting little game they have where, yeah, I'll see when you get back. I don't know many people that have really played this game, if at all. I haven't played this game in so long, I don't honestly remember. I know it takes a bit, because you actually do end up having to need the levels. If you actually just follow the main storyline, you do end up a little underleveled. And it can actually get pretty tough. And leveling isn't normal either. You'll see. After we get past this section here, you kind of understand how the game is. But it's not normal. It's normal right now, but it ends up being a little bit different once you start getting your mons. And this right here is the explanation on why there are no mons. Because that machine you have on your arm is how you catch Pokemon. The soundtrack is very iconic. You have probably heard every single song in this game and you probably don't even know it. There are a lot of, not every song gets used, but in a lot of the hacks and a lot of the Game Maker games, you hear a lot of the Colosseum music. You probably know a few of them. I always liked how the fact that it's representative of how much you liked your mons, because SPN actually has return on it. I always thought that was a cool touch, you know? Your starter has return on it because it's a friendship mon. It's a nice touch. So yeah, that red thing on your arm is how you actually catch Pokemon. Actually, if I remember correctly, from a lore perspective, they do talk about why there are no wild encounters. I think they do mention it. I don't remember it, but they do mention it at some point. Now I think we can actually enter this little arena. No. Maybe I have to go back to the mayor. I think I have to go talk to the mayor again. There's a second mart. Oh, you know what? I forgot there was an upstairs. That'll do it. Think. Maybe not. Ah, right. Forgot they don't really sell Pokeballs in this game, in the main areas. Might stock up on a few of them. Actually, yes. We're only going to need one of these. So I'm going to show you the first, well, really the only major glitch in the game. If I remember how to do it correctly. Only that one doesn't sell them. Some of the later ones end up selling Ultra Balls and stuff. Look at little cast form too. I'll see if I can get it to stop moving. But yeah, they actually make the Mons kind of a similar level to how they look physically. Maybe they're in the Colosseum now. Or they went to the mayor's office. I thought that guy said the pre-gym, which is where I just was. I'll check the mayor's office. Yeah. Thinking that this game, if I remember correctly, this might actually last maybe if we're really underleveled, because you can end up very underleveled in this game. Might be a week. not really sure. So what's new with you, King? Anything good? And that is the main gimmick of the game. That is how you increase your party size. Some way you did this. I don't remember how it was. I'm trying to think. Maybe I won't use the Pokeball right now. I won't use a great one. It was what? Maybe it was Z. No. Anyways. I'm gonna try to not defeat Makahita so that maybe we can get another teammate. You only get one try. So unless you're constantly saving, you miss out on a lot of the mons. Perfect. In these games, Hariyama is actually pretty good. Hariyama himself is really quite useful if you can actually, you know, get it to that point. As a Makohita, he's a little tougher to use. But honestly, most of the mons you end up catching are pretty good. If I remember correctly, we get one other mon here, and I think... we can catch another mon right now, so we get a decent-sized team. usually will recognize a significant mon that you can catch, because it won't feel like a common mon, you know? And those are the signature moves of Shadow Pokemon. They do a lot of damage and hit with recoil. But they'll hit you really hard. It might actually not be a bad idea to put up a Reflect if I'm going to be catching Mons. Shadow moves hit really hard. And they're typeless, so nothing can resist it. Also, when they do two-turn moves like that, you can't catch them either. You can actually end up building some really quite cool teams if you, oh, I might have taken them out. I hope I didn't. I really don't want to take him out because a lot of times it's a one and done. Okay, that's good. I think this is it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we got 4 members, just like that, and it's not even under leveled. It's really quite nice to start out with mons that are your level and that aren't like a Weedle or a Pidgey. And on top of that, when you do it like that, you don't use your Pokeball, so you don't need to waste money on it. And if you look at them, this is the only move they will have until you actually use them in battle and you unlock their heart. The purple bar right below where it says speed and defense is their heart gauge. So these mons will only have Shadow Rush, which has unlimited PP and it's 90 base power. It's pretty strong. But you do end up having to use them in order to actually make it further in the game. So I might swap between and use one of each. But I think Kariyama ends up making the full team. Just because having a fighting type is really good. Usually just having any fighting type is good, right? So I'll swap out between these two for now, and then in the future, we can always... Actually, maybe I should put both of them up front. Well, that's the whole thing, is these Pokemon were stolen from their trainers, so they don't like anybody. But as you travel with them and you fight with them, they end up opening their heart up to you, and that's an entire different gimmick. It all comes to a resolution. So you will see how it ends up working. But right now, they have one move, and as you end up being nice to them and using them in battle, giving them items, you end up being able to get their moves back. The other thing, which I will demonstrate to you, which is why sometimes this game is really hard for people, and why the game kind of feels even more weird. I'll see it in just a second. It is cool. You can tell this wasn't made by a Pokemon player. But there is one other thing. See if I can find a trainer right away. I believe in the plaza you can battle people. I believe she's one of them. There we go. And this is why also a lot of the mons, they tend to be higher level than what you are. So you see they're both level 30 while ours are a little bit lower. And at the end of this battle, you'll see what I mean. I'm not gonna... It's not a spoiler or anything, obviously, but... It'll make sense why they tend to be... higher level than you. These games will never get a remake. I don't know that they sold well enough to get a remake. Also, making custom animations like this for every mon, they won't do it. That's why they bob up and down and all have the same animation where they jump in place now. I mean, look at how Lava, you know, he actually runs at you and then the fire lights up, you know? Zubat, when he recos, he goes flying backwards. When he's... Look at the wings flap when he's setting up Gust and he's shooting the air out. This isn't what you would see. You might have seen this in Gen 3 and 4. You did see it in Pokemon Battle Revolution. Ah, there's the gimmick. Hyper mode. So, I will show it off once, but we will fix it afterwards. Hyper mode, there is a way to turn it off. And it's actually very useful. But when they're in hyper mode, they do more damage and sometimes they disobey you. So you end up having to... There's a different mechanic you can use to help them in that situation. But you'll notice I defeated 2 mons. And I didn't get any XP. That's because until you open up their heart, you will not get XP for fighting trainers. Which is why you end up having to use Espeon and Umbreon so much. Because you will not have the levels you need. So the game is actually really difficult, just off the fact that you're not getting XP. You don't lose it. You just don't get it right away. So this game ends up being a lot more challenging than you think it would be. You wouldn't think it's so challenging, but it is, because you're not leveling up. You save all the XP for when you get unlocked, when you unlock your mons. So I'm gonna end up probably doing every battle you can find, just to actually be able to meet the level requirements. You know, it's a mainline game, so there's no level caps, right? But you do need to actually use the guys in order to get that purple bar down. You see, it's going down, okay. Every time you call it into battle, it will lower just a little bit. But the higher strength they are, the more difficult it is to unlock their heart, the longer it takes. So because these are early game mons, their heart ends up lowering a little bit faster, and when you call them, their heart also ends up lowering. You just gotta kinda use them. You don't have to use every mon, obviously, you only have 6 slots, so. But you gotta kinda, if you see a mon you like, you just gotta use it. Kinda what it comes down to, I guess. And then because there's no wild encounters, you kinda just fight whoever you can, you know? And the recoil is tough to deal with. It's tough to manage a lot of recoil. But then you see as the heart gauge unlocks, I got smokescreen back on Quilava. It's just a balance, you know? Truthfully, I think for the most part, you end up kind of keeping Espeon and Umbreon around a bit more just because they actually get XP as you're playing. And even the regular battles, they kinda aren't free either. Once Espeon gets Psychic, it's a bit better. But no battle is really free, especially not the mainline battles. They end up being pretty close. Actually, before I enter any other buildings, I do want to make sure I'm fully healed up. They are good, you do end up having to use them. I don't remember if it's... I don't think you heal in here, no, I think you heal over here. Yeah, Espeon and Umbreon both Especially just because you have double battles, you gotta actually use, you know, the double battle moves. You end up using Helping Hand, you end up using Toxic Protect. You end up having to do a lot more work than you would think. But you will see that there tend to be a lot of cool mons to use in this game. And if you ever just want to finish the game, you kind of got to use the strong mons. And you'll know who they are. You'll recognize the strong ones pretty much right away. And once you find them, you'll just use them, you know? Yeah, I wanted to show off this game because you don't normally do a whole lot of double battles. I'm not saying I'm good at them, but I am saying that it is fun, you know? And you always have to think about your health too, because you end up using Shadow Rush a lot just because the recoil ends up hurting you too. And I don't remember a whole lot about this game, so it's gonna kind of be a refresher for me as well. A lot of the fights end up going like this, where you just kind of get smacked over and over and over, and there's nothing you can do. And that's why you gotta level up and just playing around it. Obviously, if I was using Espeon and Umbreon, these fights would be nothing, right? But because we're kind of trying to catch Mons and use them as we get them, you have to sacrifice a Mon sometimes just to try and go for the catch, and then you end up losing a turn too. So it's a balance between, do I even catch this Mon, or do I just skip it because I don't need it? And then do I weaken it up enough, or do I have to play around a crit? And then I might not be able to catch another Mon afterwards. There's a lot of little decisions you gotta make that add up a lot. Yeah, you have to use them, and sometimes they end up being pretty underleveled because you're not getting XP on them. You will not get XP on them for a little while. So you can get the bar completely low, but until you make it far enough in the plot, you can't help them. But as you get their moves, obviously it becomes a little bit easier. If they keep entering hyper mode, it's not a bad thing. Once you get to that point a lot faster, you can swap Mons if you need to, and you can go back to using Espeon and Umbreon, and actually getting the XP you desperately need. Luckily, they give a lot of the trainers easy to defeat Mons. Like, Igglybuff's an easy Mon, so this is a trainer you would want to refight and rematch to get that bar down pretty quickly. because they're low power mons. Like Azurill is pretty low power. Slugma obviously is the highest powered one, but it's now on your team, so you gotta find easy mons sometimes to just get hyper mode on, heal them up, and if you really want to use them, you gotta kind of do it that way. And this is really lucky getting hyper mode a lot. And because there's no wild battles, you always end up getting money after every battle, which is really nice too, you know? You don't get a whole lot, but it does add up, just the fact that you're able to fight all these random trainers. It makes it more likely that they crit. But they're also, sometimes it's almost like disobedience. Sometimes they won't attack or they won't use the move that you ask them to use. But it is really nice that they give you a lot of options to go after right away. Quagsire is also really nice to have just because you start out with a double attacking move. He's really tough. Quagsire usually ends up making the team too, early on. Well, this is what I mean. These fights are not easy right away. And a lot of fights do end up coming down to Espeon and Umbreon just because they're so much stronger. Wooper's a fun little mon. That's the other thing I forgot about. They also can use Shadow Rush, so sometimes they end up defeating themselves and you don't catch them. And that's really unfortunate. A lot of times you are on a timer. They give you a lot to think about in this game. I think he was using Surf every turn before, because it was super effective against Cool Lava. catch mons, you don't get XP either. You get starved on a lot of XP very early on, and then you catch up a little bit afterwards. But not every mon gets their bar lowered like that. A lot of the really powerful mons you get, their bar takes forever to lower. And you just gotta kinda either make money and buy items to make them friendlier, or you just battle with them over and over. And they won't be over leveled because they can't level up anyways. Yeah, knocking themselves out is tough. Makuhita's heart's getting there. Quilava's is pretty good, and obviously these two we're just getting. But walking around with them, they also tend to lower their gauge too. So even if you don't want to use them, sometimes it's better just to unlock it if you feel like maybe you might want to use them. I believe every person in this plaza has a Shadowmon as well. There's at least 3 or 4 mons in this plaza from what I remember. Usually in this area, if they're level 30, they tend to have a Shadowmon, and that's the Shadowmon. But we can decide which mons we want to use as we get them. Obviously some are just not as good as others, so you won't want to use them. But, you know, we can decide. I think Quilava stays, and probably Quagsire stays. Everyone else I'm not so sure about yet. Makuhita might stay too, just because having a fighting type's nice. And a fake out mon at that. I think Makuhita learns it maybe after you unlock its heart. The fake out is just such a good doubles move. And another thing, when you call your mons, if they're asleep, if you call them, they wake up. Which is awesome. When you're facing a mon like Skiploom that spams sleep powder, no 7-turn sleeps, you can just call them, not have to worry about it. So nice. They tell you that in the Pokemart. I think one of the NPCs said it, but I do remember that being a mechanic. Either way, sleep is not an issue in this game, and that's so nice to say. You don't say it often where you're like, oh man, I hate sleep. In this game, not a problem whatsoever. So nice. And there's no physical special split because it's Gen 3. So Flame Wheel's a special move, which means it's really good on Quilava. But you can see now why this game is probably going to take a long time. Just because the battles end up being really slow. But we have some options now. When Quilava's done, actually having the bar done, we'll probably swap them out. Maybe put Quagsire up front. I don't know who our 6th is going to be just yet. Well, don't get me wrong. You still lose a turn, right? Because you have to call them. So you still lose 1 turn. But it's not the... you don't lose because of it. which is the nice thing, right? You don't lose because you got slept, and you're like, oh, well, I slept for 7 turns in Gen 3. I guess I just lose now because I don't have sleep talk. It's, oh, I'll wake up next turn and just pass this turn. You still go to sleep for 1 turn, but it is really nice not having to worry about it. Lava's actually almost done, which would be really nice. Laffy might also make the team early on, just because Electro-type is pretty nice to have. They do give you a lot of options as you play through. It slows down a bit, don't get me wrong. But giving you all these options up front to choose from is always really nice. And also static. Having static on your team is really nice. Any mon with the ability to paralyze every single enemy mon is always super useful. Speed control in double battles. Even if you get in 1 or 2 attacks and then you can boost up. Pretty much the best thing you can do. Yeah, they don't starve you early on. Like in most games, you're stuck with, you know, your starter and maybe, I don't know, 1 decent mon. Like if this was Emerald, you'd probably have a Wormhole. You'd have maybe a Taillow. But you wouldn't have anything really that good. But meanwhile here, you're starting at level 30 pretty much, so you have access to fully evolved mons like Quagsire. Makahita is going to end up being Hariyama if we decide to use it. It's really... it's a good kind of demonstration of what they really could do with their games, you know? Like, yeah, maybe you don't start at level 25 because it's a mainline game and you want to have your starters, okay? I can get that. You don't want to have the endgame be level 100 so there's no reason to do the post game. Okay, I understand that. You want to have some replayability. But you could have some good encounters early on. I shouldn't have to wait till after the 4th gym to go find a Mareep. This is basically the first hour of the game, hour and a half, you know? And you've already got a full team of 6 that you could use probably throughout the whole game. Technically, we could have a full team right now. I could box, you know, Slugma, and just run Espeon, Umbreon, Ampharos, Quilava, and Quagsire, and Hariyama, and you would think that that's a full Gen 3 team. You wouldn't even look twice at it. You would think, wow, that's actually a normal team. That would satisfy anybody. You'd be surprised that someone would actually even have that. You'd think, oh, you must have had to grind a whole lot to get a team of 6 that varied. And then this game, they're like, start out with 6 really good mons, and then if you want to replace them with better mons later on, because you will get them. Use them. It's refreshing having decent mons early on. And I'm already someone, I think as everybody knows, that has one team and pretty much only uses the one team that you get at the beginning of the game. And this game, it's really not a bad thing to do considering how long it takes to unlock the hearts on all of these guys. After this fight, we can actually swap Lava out and get some XP and SP on, or Umbreon, since he's now fully unlocked. What we need is the luck that we had with Lava for everybody else getting hyper mode all the time, so you can actually break the heart down faster. Gotta be careful with this Noctowl, because it's pretty much only attacking. Tough crit. Noctowl Reflection is actually pretty useful. That way we don't overkill it. Nice, okay. We do have a lot of options now to go through, should we want to change it up. I believe Kale has one more at the beginning. So I'll heal everybody up, and then go through it. But yeah, this game is probably gonna be a long run if we actually decide to catch every Shadow Mon and have to reset. I don't know if we want to do that or not. We can if that's what you want to see. I think there's 50 Mons. Something along those lines. And a lot of them were Johto Mons because Johto was never done in Gen 3. You get to see a lot of the Johto Mons. That's right, if you want to stay here, I believe you can heal up for $100 rather than walking back and forth. A lot of these fights are going to end up being really close when they have a Shadow Mon. When they don't, it's not as bad. But you see with the crit, you almost get taken out in one hit. 90 base power typeless move that hits anything. Really strong. You would think it's like a Hackmon move, if you really think about it. Typeless move. Deals a ton of damage, very little recoil. Get Flaffy done early on, just for a free Thunder Wave. Really nice. Unfortunately, he got crit right away, so there was nothing he could really do. Static helps, though. But you see how tough... Oh, Shadow Rush? Shadow Rush is only a move in this game. It might be, well, it might be a game in XD. I'm not sure. But it's exclusive to the Mons that are Shadow Pokemon. So, you would never really ever even hear mention of it, probably because 9 out of 10 people have not played this game. But you really would think it's a hacked move. Oh, it's a typeless move with 90 base power, 100 damage, and you get it as soon as you capture your first Mon. You would think, man, that's not balanced at all. And no, it really isn't. Not whatsoever. But that's half the fun in the game, is that it is just so significantly different. Forget the fact that it's a completely, you know, doubles game. Ignore that. There's no wild encounters. Yeah, there are sometimes wild trainers, I guess you can call them wild encounters because a random trainer might pop up. And they can do that. But other than that, it's just built completely different. And because I haven't been using Espeon and Umbreon, you already see that they're getting under leveled to half the mons around here. So we're probably going to have to main lead Espeon and Umbreon now and just let the others reduce their heart in the background. Just to actually get some XP for these upcoming next fights. So I think we'll stick with who we have for now. I don't know that Noctowl or Skiploom or Slugma are really going to be beneficial. You can maybe swap him in a little bit later. Furret, I don't think he really gets that good of moves. I think who we have right now is pretty good. We'll probably stick with these 6 for now, and as we get better mons, they might almost be necessary because they'll be higher leveled and we can't level anybody up yet. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and then I will start this first little arena that they have. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I think there's a certain way you get to enter the Colosseum. I think you have to talk to somebody. It might be this building here on the left. I know you have to talk to somebody to actually enter the Colosseum, to actually advance the plot. There were a lot of little things you just have to kind of do. I don't remember most of it, which is kind of fun in a way. It's like playing it partially blind, but not entirely. someone you have to talk to. Maybe it's this building. It was this building, yeah. That might be all of it. I don't remember. Well, we will see. I believe this is the gear right here. No. There is a gear. I don't remember if it's even in this town. Sometimes they make you go really far out of your way to go and find one item to progress the game. You might have thrown in the construction lot. It was there, yeah. That was it. Now we can actually go into the Colosseum. guess you could consider these gyms, in a way. And the nice part is you know that there's no shadow mons, so you can just kinda, if you need to train, this is a good place to do it. I love the way these arenas feel. They have their charm to them. But it's a good time to catch these two up. So how are you feeling about this game? Interesting enough? It really does, doesn't it? It's refreshing to not have just an 8-bit theme playing all the time. You play this on your TV. It really sounded quite nice. It's a unique soundtrack. Even the trainers all look pretty cool. Oh, and this song. This song is always... I really like this one out of all of them. I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is one you don't really hear too often, so I won't speak during it. I'll let it play now. Yeah, this is one track you don't hear often, but when you do, it's a unique one. It's nice that they have so many varied ones too. It's not the same trainer encounter every single time. But yeah, this game deserves some love. I know we always play ROM hacks or something different, but sometimes the mainline games really are fun. another soundtrack that's really nice. That is true. There's no playing the game without the mainline games doing so well. But I really do wish they had the love put into them that these kind of older games did. It doesn't feel like they do as much anymore. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. You could make a decent game if you really wanted to. Every character feels like it's got a lot of love put into it. And obviously your Espeon and Umbreon are going to look really good because you kind of have them the whole time if you want to. Nobody ever boxes their starters. It just feels wrong to box your starters. And I love the quick attack animation in this game. It actually feels like a quick attack. You can't even keep up with them. I think if the animations looked half as good in the newer games as they do in these older games, nobody would complain. I mean, objectively speaking, if you're playing through a main series line, you don't box your starter. But there are some ROM hacks where you kind of just have to because they fall off so badly that there's nothing you can do. And that's usually a shame. So I can get it in a way, but in games like these, you don't really have to, which is nice. You can kind of just use the fun mons and enjoy yourself. I also love that a lot of these mons that you start with, they all have TM moves. Like they have Helping Hand, they've got Taunt, Snatch. Some of these moves aren't even in the game anymore. Snatch isn't in the game anymore, and it's such a cool move. Snatch is one of those gimmick moves that isn't really a gimmick. So say someone uses, I don't know, Sword Stance or anything, right? We'll say Sword Stance or Dragon Dance or something. you would steal the boost instead of them getting it. Oh, and this move, I love the way this move looked. It was just always so funny. Present's such a good move. It has no use, don't get me wrong. But it's just so funny to see it. I believe Snatch has higher priority too, which is why sometimes it's good in double battles, because you can sometimes snatch away a boosted move if they have redirect. I forgot you got TMs here too. Toxic is really good on Umbreon. take care, King. I will see you around. I'm probably going to finish up to Mirror B, and then I am also going to wrap it up, so I'm not sure how long that's going to take. But you take it easy for now. I don't think this area is too much longer. But either way, I will see you around. I am going to head out for now, since we've reached a good checkpoint, and we will be back tomorrow if you want to come watch, around the same time. And for those still watching, you have a good one.